Online people, and good afternoon. Okay, last class. What had we done?
Yeah, and we have the current perspectives, we have to do two perspectives.
Okay, two perspectives. I think the 21st century trends are left. Which are the 21st century trends?
Evolutionary perspective, social, cultural perspective, environmental perspective.
That's it.
Constructivist.
Constructivist perspective. Okay. So just to recap what we have done so far. One, we started with the definition of psychology, and then we moved to historical antecedents, which are related to philosophy and physiology. And then we dealt with some of the schools of psychology, right? So from historical antecedents, we moved to the schools. So the two early schools, which are the two early schools? Structuralism and functionalism. Structuralism led by Wilhelm
James.
Wilhelm
James.
Structuralism, Wundt and Titchener. And then we saw functionalism led by William James. And both these schools, while they laid strong foundations for the field of psychology or the discipline of psychology, they had their own constraints. And, because of which they did not become as popular. So we can say that the schools ended there itself. Their contribution ended there itself. And then came the major forces in psychology. The first force in psychology is your behaviorism, and it was led by John B. Watson, and later on by Skinner, B.F. Skinner, right? And then we saw after behaviorism. What was the focus of behaviorism, by the way? Focus of behavior. What should psychology study according to them? Only observable behavior. Only observable behavior. Only that, not more than that. And who laid the foundations for behaviorism even before Watson? Ivan Pavlov, right? So, what is the name of the theory given by John B. Watson?
Instrumental.
John B. Watson. Classical conditioning. It is classical conditioning. What about Skinner? Instrumental conditioning or operant conditioning, right? So instrumental conditioning is for involuntary behaviors. Operant conditioning is for voluntary behaviors. Instrumental conditioning is based on reward and punishment. That is what we learned. And then after this, which is the school which became very famous? Psychoanalytical school. And this was led by Sigmund Freud. What are the driving forces of behavior according to Sigmund Freud? So basically, it's the unconscious which plays a major role according to Sigmund Freud. And also driving force is the unconscious, and also what he spoke of was aggression and sexuality. These two important things. And he is the one who gave, this is the person who gave an overarching theory which touches upon almost all aspects of human psychology. Behaviorism was only about behaviors. This school, that is psychoanalytical school, gave a all-encompassing theory. It spoke about the mind, the structure of mind, how the personality develops. So, all-encompassing theory was given. However, it had its own problems. So during that period, there was another school which came to the fore, which was the one?
Yes.
Gestalt school. During the same period, Gestalt school. So what is the phrase on which you can speak about Gestalt a lot? The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Can you name some of the Gestaltists? Max Wertheimer, Wolfgang Kohler, Kurt Kafka. These are the people. And then Gestalt is there. And then who came? Cognitive revolution. Today we study Gestalt with cognitives. So what was the founding a founding principle for cognitivists, the founding thing. It was more about the founding of computers, basically. So we draw an analogy between the working of a computer and the human brain. And with the advancements and our ability to see what happens in our brain, so basically brain imaging techniques, this field grew much, much further. Today, we are able to understand what happens in your brain, and accordingly, we are able to explain various mental activities like thinking, problem solving, all of this, how it works. We are able, we are able to understand it. Important people in cognitive psychology or cognitive revolution?
George Miller.
George Miller.
Yeah.
What is it about George Miller?
Capacity of
The magic number, right? The magic number, 7 plus or minus 2, right? The capacity of the short-term memory. And then who is it? Atkinson and Shiffrin, very famous. What is it? Multi-store model of memory. So these are the people who told us that memory is stored at different levels. One is the sensory register level, then you have the short-term memory, and then you have the long-term memory. And then John Piaget, right? And Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky. John Piaget and Noam Chomsky. John Piaget, stages of cognitive development. And then,
language.
who is about language development? Noam Chomsky. Understood? So here there is a big debate that happened, or sort of a fight that happened between Noam Chomsky and B.F. Skinner. Skinner, language development, related to language development. Skinner is like, you give me a monkey, right? And give me enough time, I'll be able to make sure the monkey also speaks like humans. Okay. Right? On the other hand, Noam Chomsky is like, this is absolute rubbish. It is impossible. Humans are the ones who are equipped with this ability. They are born with that ability to acquire a language. Monkeys cannot, because they are not born with that ability. That is where we speak about nature nurture. By nature, humans are able to acquire a language. That's what Noam Chomsky says. This person, Skinner says, nature nahi hai, it is nurture. Environment provides. Yes, that's it. So this is about what? Cognitive revolution. After that came your humanistic perspective. What about the humanistic perspective? Two famous people, Abraham Maslow and Carl Rogers. So humanistic perspective is the one which said, okay, we can't treat humans like animals, or for that matter, as beings who are driven by, motivated only by aggression and sex. So these are the people who gave a humanistic touch or a human touch to psychology. And they gave the famous theory by Abraham Maslow. What is it regarding? What is it? Hierarchy of needs. Okay, hierarchy of needs. And it is the one which laid the foundation for what we call as positive psychology. So looking at humans in a positive light. It's not about disorders. It's not about many other mental illnesses. It's more about how to make human life better. Humans are self-driven. By birth, they are good people, good creatures. Understood? Environment is the one which makes them bad. On the other hand, psychoanalytical school, Freud is like, by birth, we are selfish people. By birth, we are bad people. Probably we have to make the changes in life. So look at the difference in perspective. Huge difference. And then came what? And then came your, therapy. Carl Rogers was the one who introduced the therapy. What therapy? Client-centered therapy, right? So where the center of any therapy to solve the problem, it is the client who is important, more focus on the client itself. So this is a human touch based school, we can say. And then came which school?
Current perspective.
In the current perspectives. In the current perspectives, first biopsychology, right? What is this biopsychology about?
Biological perspective.
Biological perspective, as in how biology, decides the psychology, right? How neurons, hormones, or for that matter, genes impact our behavior, our emotions, our thinking. So this part. So biological basis of human psychology. That is biopsychology. And then developmental perspective. What about developmental perspective? So thinking, basically cognition. So various things. Cognition is one. Two, physical, emotional, moral, right? All of these developments, how does it happen? Stage by stage. Stage by stage. Infancy, childhood, adolescence, early adulthood, late adulthood, old age. In all these stages, how changes happen in these areas? That is what? Developmental perspective. What is the next one? Feminist perspective. What about feminist perspective?
It said that the previous scholars were all male-centered perspective. So this is the
So whatever psychology was doing the research on, whatever findings were there, all the findings were based on what males used to do, and that was considered to be the norm. Right? So with feminist perspective, that changed. So we tried to focus on, okay, when we speak about norms, there are feminist, feminine side of it and the masculine side of it as well. So we can't just call whatever men are doing as the norm. So this is feminist perspective, basically trying to integrate the female side of things as well. And next perspective, socio-cultural perspective. What about this? You have the socio and the culture. Right? So all the while in the starting period, most of the research was happening mostly in Europe and USA. Whatever research was there, it was completely lopsided, biased. So whatever theories were found there, we applied the same theories here, and accordingly we started looking at behaviors of people from other parts of the world from those theories perspective. But there were a lot of discrepancies because of that. Then we realized, okay, we are not supposed to look at the behaviors or assess the behaviors or emotions on only the basis of those theories. The theories that are developed in psychology should take into consideration what? The social as well as the cultural aspects. Okay, you can't have a universal theory to explain human behaviors, human emotions and all. Okay, this is socio-cultural perspective. What is the next perspective? Okay. And then you had the constructionist perspective. This is the one which says about, whatever understanding we have of any of the psychological aspects. It's something which is constructed by what? Society, by the culture. It's not that it is something which is created by whom? Which is inborn. It is not inborn. So the idea of personality, it is something which is created by the society. It is not something which is inborn in us. Right? So this is what constructionist perspective. Almost everything. The idea of memory, it is socially constructed. It is not constructed by us within. The moment you are born and you are not exposed to any information, and if you are asked about what memory is, what intelligence is, you will not be able to say anything. Intelligence depends on what the society says about it. Okay. Any which ways. Having understood all these things, next, you got those printouts or the notes? You got it? Yes? No, you got the PDF, no? You got the PDF, right? So the whole notes, it will take some time for it to get printed. Why? Because, we are next week. So that one, you have it right now. So you can use the right hand side space for, writing the extra stuff from today on. Okay. So whatever is extra in the class, you can add it there itself. All right. So we are left with current perspectives or 21st century trends. One is multicultural perspective, which is actually the extension of socio-cultural perspective itself. And the second one,
Evolutionary.
evolutionary perspective. Evolutionary perspective. These are 21st century trends. And then application of psychology to various fields. So application of psychology to various fields, and this has given to various subfields in psychology. These are the 21st century trends. So if you are asked a question about 21st century trends, this is what you are supposed to write. If you are asked a question about current perspectives, what are you supposed to write in current perspectives? Biopsychological perspective, behavioral perspective, psychodynamic perspective, not psychoanalytical, psychodynamic perspective, multicultural perspective. Those are the ones. Okay, you can include these 21st century trends as well in what? Current perspectives. Right? Okay. First, we'll start with the multicultural perspective. What is culture? We'll start from here. What is culture? Culture has been defined in many ways by various psychologists, various sociologists. Some say that culture is the total social heredity. What is it? Total social heredity. Total social heredity of mankind. This is said by Linton. Of mankind by Linton. This is how he defines it. The other person says it is the man-made part of the environment. It is just the man-made part of environment. This is what another person says. The person who says so is Herkowitz. H-E-R-S, Herkowitz. The person whom you have to remember, however, so even if you don't remember these two names, it's fine. The next person you are supposed to remember. Berry is the person who says Berry and others, or we can say amongst others. Berry amongst others, we write it as et al. Et al means amongst other people. So many people put together, they gave this definition, and Berry was the prominent one amongst. So Berry et al. Et al means amongst other people. So instead of saying etc., we say et al. Amongst other people. They say it is a shared way of life. It is a shared way of life. Okay. So one says it is social heredity, one says it is man-made part of environment, the other one says it is a shared way of life. Basically, if you have to define culture, probably all three aspects are important. And the entire definition, even if you combine all these three things, even then, it is too broad a definition, correct? It feels like it covers almost everything. Culture means almost everything. So that is why, because it is too broad, it is too vague, it is better for us to know what are the components of culture. That is a better way. Right? So instead of trying to define culture, it's better for us to look at the components of culture. So what are the components of culture? What are the components of culture? Because the definition which we try to come up with for culture will be too broad and too vague, it's better for us to look at the components of the culture. So something which can be measurable, something which can be, written down somewhere. The components include customs, practices, traditions, learning opportunities, as well as socialization processes. All these put together, we call it as culture. Socialization itself is a very broad process. So we are going to learn about it later. So when we speak about culture, it includes all these things. These are the components. Berry is the one, who gave all these components. He's the one who spoke about, these are the components of culture. Now, in order to understand culture, a framework was given by Berry. Berry gave a framework in order to understand culture. Berry's framework. To understand culture. He calls this framework as eco-cultural framework. What is this framework? Eco-cultural framework. Why is it called eco-cultural? So eco means ecological and cultural framework. Eco means ecological. Okay. What he says, ecology shapes culture and culture in turn shapes our behaviors. It's not that behavior comes out of nowhere. Behavior is a result of the culture we live in, and culture is the result of the ecology we live in. Okay. So what is, an example? We can give an example for this. Ecology is a desert, maybe a city, maybe a forest. This is ecology. Based on this, as a response to it, we develop a culture. Certain practices we develop, certain customs we develop, certain learning happens here. As a response to what? Ecology you will live in. So that is why the practices, the customs, learning opportunities, whatsoever is there, is different in a desert, different in a city, different in a forest. And once it becomes a part of the culture, automatically it is transmitted from one generation to another. That is where behavior comes from. What is this called? The eco-cultural framework. Given by who? Berry. Next. You know what socialization is? What is socialization?
Engaging with the community.
Very simple way. So very simple way, socialization. Always remember this. By birth, we don't know what social means. We are asocial. At birth, we are asocial. The moment we become the part of the society is going to influence us in many ways, tries to teach us many things. Teach us in the sense by not by force. Because we are part of the society, we see and we learn. It shapes us. How we behave, how we interact, all of this is shaped. And we either become social beings. What is social beings? Who are exactly the replica of what the society is. Society has defined what normal people are. If you become exactly that, you are completely social. If you become exactly the opposite of what the society is saying, antisocial. If you become a person who does not mingle with the society at all, unsocial. Okay. The process of making a asocial being into a social being is socialization. So the effort of a society to make a asocial being into a social being, it is a process. This process is known as what? Socialization.
Who says that by birth everyone is essential?
So by birth, say for example, why we can say a person is asocial? Because you don't have any interaction with the society yet. Say for example, a person, a foreigner who is born in India, right? A foreigner born in India will develop all the practices, all the ways of life, which is in accordance with the Indian traditions. So, which means by birth, the person did not have anything in relation to what? The foreign country. It was all because of what? The society. The traditions, customs, practices, everything is based on what? The society you are in. Now, this is done. So, this is what is socializing. Now, a part of culture is also the socialization processes. That is also a part of culture itself.
All the components.
All the components. Many others have looked at culture in a different way. So there is another way of looking at culture. This is one way. The other way of looking at culture, the other way of looking at culture is evoked culture, evoked culture, and the transmitted culture. Evoked and transmitted culture. So what is this evoked culture? What is this transmitted culture? In the evoked culture, the culture causes the person to behave in certain ways. Understood? The culture itself causes the person to behave in certain ways. That is evoked culture. It is a direct response to the existing environment. This culture is a result of direct interaction with ecology. And the existing culture. Okay. It is a result of interaction with the ecology directly or the existing culture. Whatever culture is existing, that causes. So whatever is existing in the society as of now, that causes you to engage in behaviors in a certain manner. It is pretty much the same as what Berry had said in the starting. But we are calling it as what? Evoked culture. And the other part is transmitted culture. The transmitted culture is what? From one generation to another generation. So learn through transmitted culture is learned through social teaching from parents, teachers, community as a whole. So basically, whatever Berry's ideas is that it has been divided into two parts. That's it. And they are given names. One is evoked culture, the other one is transmitted culture. And both these culture work together all the time. It's not like one gets completed and then the other works. Because both of these work continuously together, that is why we can say culture is a very dynamic concept. It is highly dynamic. It is a dynamic concept. Okay. From this understanding, we say that culture is a dynamic aspect. It has dynamic aspects to it. From this, we develop another concept which is related to culture. We call it as acculturation. Related to culture, we have something called as acculturation. The basic idea is that cultures are not frozen, they are highly dynamic. Why they are dynamic? Because of migration, because of globalization, and because of, in the present times, technology. So we can say that while culture is dynamic because of two things, which are the two things? One is evoked culture and transmitted culture. And this keeps happening all throughout the life, because of which culture is dynamic. But this dynamism has become much more, and we today call it as acculturation because of three reasons. Which are the three reasons? Migration, globalization, and technology. Because of these three things, cultures are highly dynamic, very, very dynamic. These three have caused people to come together, exchange of ideas happen, adoption of values, customs, traditions, beliefs, norms, all of these things are happening continuously. Sometimes they get mixed. Sometimes one of the cultures dominate. So one culture comes in contact with the other because of these three things. Sometimes what happens? Some people are able to mix them well. So both Indian and Western, Indo-Western, equal mix. Sometimes what happens? One of them dominates. Both. So if it is a mix or one dominates the other, in both cases, what do we say? Acculturation has happened. So one culture dominating the other or one culture mixing well with the other, we call it as acculturation. So an Indian who has gone to US, that person celebrates Diwali in India, went there, celebrates Diwali, soon after celebrates Thanksgiving and Christmas as well with other people. That's mix. Okay, that's mix. On the other hand, person goes to US, forgets Diwali. Then what is it? Dominance of the other culture, the US culture. Still, acculturation has happened. Okay. Acculturation happens in the food as well. Acculturation in food. How? Pizza, burger, KFC, French fries. Okay, what are all these? Acculturation itself. And when that becomes the main staple for you, then it is dominant.
So, Maharaja Nag could be cultural mixing.
That is what. So, in order to adjust it to Indian taste, that is a mixing of cultures. So, for the Indian taste, they make certain changes. In the menu, there will be certain changes, even in your McDonald's or your KFC. These products or these recipes will not be available in other countries. Right? They make the change even according to the region within a country. Yes. So based on the taste or the culture of the people. Okay, what is this? Proper acculturation. Done. Next. So because we clearly know that cultures matter for what? Deciding how we behave. Obviously, we are supposed to take into consideration the culture and then study behaviors. And we have multiple cultures all across the world. And this is the reason why we are supposed to come up with a new perspective, which is called a multicultural perspective. Multicultural perspective. This is why it becomes important, taking this perspective. Because we have so many cultures and cultures decide how we behave. That is why multicultural perspective is important. There has been empirical evidence as well to prove that why culture matters. Let's take an example. Seagull. Evidence as to why multicultural perspective is important. Seagull. Campbell. And Herkovitz. Remember Herkovitz? These three people did a study on visual illusions. The illusion that they did the study on was Mueller-Lyer illusion. What is this Mueller-Lyer illusion? Which of these two is taller? B is taller or A is taller? A looks taller. B is taller. B is taller.
Both are the same.
Now, this is the illusion. And this ambiguity is there. See, we are all from the same society, same culture. And we have seen so many lines in our lives, so many arrows in our lives. We have used it in mathematics. Still, though you have studied the same syllabus, everything, still you have the confusion. Some say it is A, some say it is B. It is ambiguous, which means there is no clarity amongst us. So one says this is longer, the other one says it is shorter. Why is this happening? This is what they studied. This illusion, when it was shown to the people who are from the non-Western cultures or non-Western cultures or the people from the rural areas, non-Western, rural cultures, when they saw these two arrows or two lines, they were very clear. They are of the same size. They did not have any confusion. But people who are from Western culture, people who are living in urban areas, people who have studied mathematics and everything, for them it was confusing. Why? These people say that we live in a carpentered world. We live in a carpentered world. These people, the people who studied it, no? Okay. We live in a carpentered world where we have buildings, and we see the buildings from various perspectives. We see lines, geometrical figures all the time. And that is why there is a lot of confusion for us. And these people, these three, these are the ones who did the study, no? And people coming from other cultures who have never seen buildings, all buildings they have not seen, right? So when you see a building, this is how we see, no? So from the side, if we see that it is like this from the side. So because we have been in the carpentered world all the time, we get confused. For one reason or the other, we get confused. Okay, these are of different sizes maybe. And people coming from other cultures, they don't get confused because this is the first time they are seeing it. They don't have any confusion. They clearly say they are of the same size. That is why what perception depends on culture. This illusion fools people from the normal world. People who are coming from the other part of the world, they don't get fooled. So culture plays an important role in how we perceive things, how we see things. So that is one. Two, Sinha, Durgananda Sinha, studied two communities in India. Durgananda Sinha studied two communities. One community is called the Biror community, Biror community, and the other one is Oraon community. Both are Indian communities. One community, the Biror community, is nomadic hunter-gatherers. Nomadic hunter-gatherer community, basically tribal community. The Oron community is the one which is a settled agriculture community. It is a agri community. Okay. both these communities, kids from both these communities, they were shown some pictures and asked them to find hidden objects in the pictures. Amongst these two communities, see, who is considered more civilized amongst these two? The Oron community. So, if any exposure to school is there, who will have some exposure? Oron. When these pictures were shown to them, where hidden objects were there, small hidden objects, who was able to find the, hidden objects more easily? The Biron community. Why?
Because they deal with that hunting and.
Because they are hunters and gatherers, it becomes very important for them to pay attention to minute details because it is about survival itself. It's a survival skill. Culture taught it. So spotting the hidden objects becomes a survival skill for them. Okay. Next. Another reason, another example as to why culture becomes important to study psychology, why we are supposed to study the psychological aspects of humans from the cultural perspective. Piaget, John Piaget, right? So all three examples you can give as what? Why culture is important, why culture should be taken into consideration while studying psychology, why multicultural perspective is important. Third reason or third study is related to Piaget. Piaget thought that we are going to learn about the space in a structured manner all throughout the world. Children learn about space, basically spatial learning. Spatial learning across the world is universal. It happens step by step. Our knowledge about space. So what is the spatial knowledge? The idea of up, down, far, near, left, right, east, west, these things. This is spatial knowledge. We learn these things one after the other all throughout the world. So as we grow, at this age we learn far, near. At this age we learn left, right. After that we learn north, south. So what are the stages he said? First, the kids are going to learn the topological understanding of space we get. Only after learning the topological understanding, which is topological means far, near, inside, outside. These things. Only after this, we learn the next thing. Next thing we are going to learn east, west, north, south, or left, right, up, down. Next we are going to learn left, right, up, down. So which is the egocentric learning. This learning is egocentric understanding of space. So why? Because to my left, what is that? To my right, above me, below me. Egocentric. I am at the center, these things. In front of me, at the back of me. So these. So you are at the center, egocentric. And finally, we finally learn geocentric. Geocentric aspects of space we learn later. What is geocentric aspects of space? North, south, east, west. northeast, northwest, ASA. So first, what did we learn? First, we learned topological. Second, egocentric. Third, geocentric. Is this how you learned as well? Yes. So whatever Piaget was saying should be true. Yes or no? No, even now, kids when they learn, these are the things they learn in an order. Whether it is far, near, this is what they learn. But it has been shown by several studies by Levinson in 2003. Levinson proved it wrong. He showed that it is not universal. In some cultures, like some Australian Aboriginal groups, in some Australian Aboriginal, what is Aboriginal? Very old cultures, hunter-gatherer cultures. What do they learn first? The children in these cultures, instead of learning topological, the first thing they might learn topological, but the understanding of the world from the geocentric perspective is much earlier. Much earlier than what? They have the geocentric understanding of space much earlier than what? The egocentric understanding. So, instead of saying something is to the left of my plate, they might say to the north of my plate, there is something. Or they might say, in front of the plate, they might say north of the plate, this is there. East of, we'll be like, what is this person saying? What is this? Geocentric. Okay. Even in India, Dasan and Mishra did the study. Dasan and Mishra, they also have done a study. Even in India, in villages near Varanasi, they found that kids picking up this geocentric view of the world and spatial understanding much earlier than what we see in the other areas of India. Why? Because they are exposed to rivers a lot, they are exposed to mountains, open spaces, where they speak mostly in terms of what? North, south, east, west. Okay. So that is why culture becomes important for us to understand what? Even cognitive development. This is cognitive development. Understanding of space. Right? This is cognitive development. Even to understand cognitive development, we are supposed to take into consideration what? The multicultural person. We have to take into consideration the culture. Okay. So, culture influences or basic psychological processes, no doubt about it. So, no doubt, culture, no doubt influences our basic psychological processes like perception, learning, thinking. Because of which it shall influence the broader domains of health, organization, education, industry, everything. It affects everything. See, when our thinking, when our memory, when our learning, everything is affected by culture. Obviously, how we are going to run the system also depends on it. Humans have cultural parents. We can also say that humans have cultural parents in addition to biological parents. We have cultural parents in addition to biological parents. Because we come from different cultures. Different cultures means different cognitive styles. Different cognitive styles. When I say different cognitive styles, the way we think is different, the way we solve problems is different, the way we perceive the world is different. All of it is cognitive style. So the way we perceive the problem, the way we think about the problems, the way we solve the problems is different because we come from different cultures. No one cognitive style is dominant. And if somebody claims that, no, this style is dominant than the other, this cognitive style, this way of thinking is better than the other, such people, such thinking would be called as ethnocentric thinking. We call it as ethnocentrism. What do we call it as? Ethnocentrism. Saying that whatever is coming from my culture is better. That is ethnocentrism. Okay. So all these aspects were completely neglected in the early period of psychology. In the early periods, all these things were neglected. The earlier part of the psychological exploration was mostly the Western centric exploration. It's a Western project, we can say. It was more like a Western project. Early psychological exploration was more like a Western project. It neglected both the cultural differences, socio-cultural differences were neglected, and also it had neglected the gender differences. Both gender differences as well as socio-cultural differences were completely neglected. What did it believe? It believed in universal. It believed in universal psychological laws. Universal psychological laws. So what is applicable for the people? Whatever findings are there in, experiments we are doing in USA, the same can be applied to people in other countries as well. So universal application of the laws was the norm for them. So this psychic unity, this was more like psychic unity. People from all cultures, all societies will have the same psyche. And that is why we can apply all the laws that are developed in USA to the people in India as well. The psychic unity was challenged. How did it get a challenge? And the challenge came in the form of the development of socio-cultural perspective, the multicultural perspective, and also indigenous psychology. So socio-cultural perspective, multicultural perspective, and indigenous psychology. And indigenous psychology. So example, Indian psychology, Chinese psychology, right? So this something which is rooted completely in that particular culture only, and studies, experiments done from the perspective of that culture only. New theories developed from that culture only, which are pertinent to only that culture. So what is this? Indigenous psychology. So all these three stood like a challenge, and also feminist psychology. Feminist psychology. All these four. Next. Evolutionary psychology. Evolutionary psychology. So human behavior and cognition. Human behavior and cognition are seen from the Darwinian lens here. Is seen from the Darwin's lens. What it says is that human mind, just like human body, is a product of evolution. So just like human body that we have today is a result of evolution or not? Just like that, the result of this evolution is also the human mind. So as a result of natural selection, we have the bodies we have today. As a result of natural selection, as a result of natural selection itself, we also have the mind we have today. The brain structure maybe, how our thinking goes on. It's all the result of what? The evolution of mind as well. So to survive, our organs evolved just like that. What evolutionary psychology claims is that our mind also consists of some specialized mechanisms. We call them as modules. The human mind has some specialized mechanisms which are called as modules. Which have become a part of the human brain, and this is transmitted from one generation to another generation biologically itself. So it has become a part of the genetics itself. The mind is going to develop in this manner. Where is it? It is in the genes itself. What are these called? Modules. A particular way of thinking. That will come for humans no matter what. Where is it coming from? Through genes only. To provide evidence to this, and these mechanisms, these modules or specialized mechanisms, it's not like brain structures. See, it's not like brain structures. It's more like how our brain thinks, how our mind thinks, solves problems. And these specialized mechanisms come in the form of anger, fear. These are the specialized modules. No matter which society you raise the kid in, it is going to develop these things. The thinking will be from these perspectives. Its thinking will always have these things. Jealousy. This is not something which has to be taught to the kid. This thinking develops automatically. Where are these modules coming, this specialized way of thinking coming from? Probably it is through the genes itself as a result of evolution. Why did it become a part of the natural selection or the evolution process? They must be in some way or the other helping us survive. Yes, they must be in one way or the other helping us survive and survival and reproduction. Probably this is the reason. So love, lust, affection, fear, anger, jealousy, all these things. These are ways we think. And it is not like somebody has to teach us all these things. They just come. So where is it coming from? It's not like there is a structure in the brain which is going to trigger these things. Okay. So these are specialized modules which are transmitted from generation to generation. Not deliberately. As a part of being a human being, these things are coming to us. Now, that is why we can say that evolutionary perspective emphasizes ultimate explanations. Ultimate explanations. It provides ultimate explanations rather than proximate explanations. Proximate explanations. I'll give you an example. If a person is having jealousy, the question that is generally asked by us is that why is this person jealous about the other person? Whereas evolutionary perspective would ask a different question about jealousy itself. It is going to, how does jealousy help this person to survive? It is asking the ultimate question. It is not asking about the immediate things. It is more worried about the ultimate things. Right? So it is less worried about the proximate questions. It is more worried about the ultimate explanations. So humans as a whole, human body as well as human mind is seen by evolutionary perspective as what? Evolved aspects. So these are, humans are basically completely evolved creatures, both mind and body. Completely evolved creatures. According to evolutionary perspective, then human mind is not a tabula rasa. Remember tabula rasa? Yes? It is not a blank slate. Something is already written on it. Right? It just takes time for these things to be seen after birth. Right? So human mind is not a tabula rasa. It's not a tabula rasa.
So you're saying that these are information that are stored in the gene and being passed by genes.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that we don't reflect on them always because they are also stored in the subconscious mind?
Not exactly subconscious mind. We can say that it's about maturation. I would say it's more about maturation to some extent. And also we can say there is something called as, epigenetics. We talk about what is known as epigenetics. Okay. So this is the actual name, epigenetics. What happens is whenever nature, puts across a question to you, automatically you respond to it. You need not think about it. And where is this ability coming from? As a part of genetics itself, we do not know which gene is responsible for these, but it is causing us to behave in certain manners. So there are two things about the genes. One thing is clearly the genes are there and they are responsible for certain actions. And there are other things about genes where we can't clearly say that this particular gene is responsible for such and such an action. So that is what epigenetics is about. So we are going to learn about epigenetics as well later, right? We are going to touch upon it as well later. So this is evolutionary perspective. So examples for evolutionary perspective, why it is important. Research example. How many tastes we know? Sweet we know, salty, spicy, and then you have sour, bitterness. Now, of all these, the moment a baby is born, to which taste does the baby show maximum aversion? Sweet aversion. Aversion as in hate, complete dislike, disgust. To which one? Bitter taste. Who taught? See, if nothing is there in its mind, it should respond the same way to all tastes. If it is a blank slate, the response should be normal to everything. Or at least it should be more like explorative. Something is there. Sweet. Something is there. It should not have a preference to one taste and not the other. There has to be something already in the mind. That specialized module should be there. Okay. So this is about taste aversion and survival. Why did this become a part of our evolution? Why did this specialized mechanism become a part of our evolution or come in our mind? Probably because ancestors. So taste aversion for bitterness. This is part of evolution. So it is part of evolution. Why is it a part of evolution? How did it become a part of evolution?
You know what is evolution was?
So probably in the ancient times, most of the things which were bitter were poisonous. And in order to survive, they have decided, from generation after generation, they tried to stay away from anything bitter. And that is how it has become a part of genes and it has become a part of a specialized module. It has come to us. And there is no specific gene which can explain this. Right? A specific gene which tells, okay, bitter means don't take it, show aversion. There is nothing like that. So that is why it is part of what? It is part of the mind itself that has evolved, a specialized mechanism or a module. Not only that, fear of snakes Fear of snakes. What about this one? Anything which is reptile-like, anything which is snake-like, we have the fear. Even if that particular organism is, everybody tells you, lizards. Are they harmful? Will they eat you alive? No. Are they as hurtful as many other, maybe dog? उतना तो नहीं है. फिर भी you're okay with dogs, you're okay with cats, you're not okay with lizards. What pushes you away from certain creatures? Probably, again, it's because of the evolution. As a result of evolution itself. So, in the ancient times, or so as to speak, during our ancestral period, those people might have seen the snakes, which were the main reason for several deaths, which are poisonous, which cause survival threat. And this has been transmitted through generations, and it has become a part of our mind. Specialized mechanism in our mind. Any specific gene for it? No. No specific gene. Right?
Doesn't evolution make it better in a manner that when years go on, doesn't
Probably.
even
Years later, as we go further, it becomes more refined. It becomes much more refined. Refined how? Colorful snakes, not so problematic. Maybe green snakes, not so problematic. Yes? So it might take probably another 2000 years. So it is all part of evolution itself. Okay. Next, for that matter, even our circadian rhythms, right? Maybe few hundred years more. Night does not mean sleep. Right? Presently, it is like this. The moment it becomes night, even if there are lights, we feel like we are sleepy. It's a part of evolution. Yes or no? It's a part of evolution. Maybe 200, 300 years later, not even 200, 300 years later, maybe 100 years later, kids are like, lights are on, night hai. It doesn't matter. We'll be awake. We'll sleep in the morning. Yes? So this can change. Further, mate selection, even here, several studies have been done. Mate selection and infidelity. There is an evolutionary perspective to it. The person who has done the research or the studies is Shackelford et al. Shackelford. Shackelford et al. What is et al? Amongst other people. It was more like a survey study. Infidelity. What is infidelity? Cheating. Cheating comes in two forms. One is physical infidelity. The other one is emotional infidelity. What is physical infidelity? It is sexual infidelity. So sexual cheating. Emotional. This is about love, care. Cheating on this front. Say for example, husband and wife. Husband is in extramarital affair with another person physically. Husband is in extramarital affair emotionally as well. There is a difference. Sexually, he is involved with another person, that is physical. Emotionally involved with another person. What is emotional? As in loves another person. So husband, wife, person A, person B. Husband with A physically attached, person B emotionally attached. Loves B, what? Has sexual relationship with A and married to W. This is how it is. Now, wife will be ready to forgive the husband in A's case or B's case. A case is sexually, B case is emotionally. Wife would be ready to forgive husband in which case? According to the studies, if the wife is given a choice to choose one amongst them for sure, she will be ready to forgive the person here. The wife wants the husband to be emotionally attached to her only. Physically, it is still fine, according to the studies. Why is it so? We'll learn about that. Further, husband, wife. Wife has AB or EF. With E, physical relationship. With F, emotional relationship. W is in love with F. W is in physical relationship with E. Husband is asked a question, which one will you forgive? He will be ready to forgive what? Emotionally. Emotional relationship is fine with. Physical relationship, not okay. Why is it so? Why is it so? Evolutionary perspective says that this is so because the wife thinks that the husband is the one who is supposed to take the responsibility of the offsprings, provisioning of the offsprings, providing for the family. Right? If the person gets attached to the other person emotionally, the chances are that taking care of the family will be, the chances are very, very less. Understood? In this case, if the person, wife, has a baby with another person, whose burden is it? Husband's. In this case, no babies, no problem. Which case? In this case, emotional attachment, no babies, no problem. In this case, extra babies, husband's headache. Right? So emotionally, if he gets attached, the problem is, maybe leaves this family and goes to another family. So this fear will be there in the wife. So this is what evolutionary explanation. And studies have been done, and even in the studies, it has been shown that women are okay with husbands having physical relationship but not emotional relationship, and husbands are okay with what? Emotional relationship of wife but not physical relationship. Understood? So what is this? So this kind of thinking, where is it coming from? As a result of evolution. Okay, it's not something which is taught by the society. It is something which is a part of evolution. Further, so in fact, this theory, this idea is also supported by other people who have done the studies, evolutionary psychology and mating strategies related studies by David Buss and Daly. David Buss and Daly, DALY. Even these people had done the research. Even they support this findings. So, men would be more upset by sexual infidelity men would be more upset by sexual infidelity because in evolutionary terms, it threatens their paternity certainty. It threatens their paternity certainty. Women would be more upset by emotional infidelity because their partner might give love, care, and resources to another family. Okay.
Does this have anything to do with the patriarchy that also existed in ancient days?
This one, maybe, probably. See, throughout evolution, women were given the task of what? Provisioning for the food, household things, right? And men were the ones who used to do the breadwinning thing, right? Actual work. So, and that has continued. So the dependence of women on men for the provisions, right? Provisioning for the family, that probably is part of evolution, and that has continued, and the same thought process, and it is going to change probably after some 1,000 years maybe, because now women are more independent. This thought might change. So in your mind, the module might change, right? After 1,000 years maybe.
That Pachan woman had a choice taking care of her own child when she
No. What I'm saying is in general, studies are done in general. 100 people are asked, probably 90 people said this. 10 people obviously would say the other way around. They are okay with what? Emotional infidelity of a man, but not physical infidelity. Right? Five might say both. I will not even answer your question. There might be that way. So we are talking about majority. We are talking only about majority. Okay.
What's the difference of this with functionalism? Because there also we have this same concept where again we can compare all these traits with animals also. If you take lions, for that matter, we'll have that same psychology.
That is why we said comparative psychology. Right. Comparative psychology.
And again, a deer, if it sees a orange thing, it will run off just by instinct because it's fearful of tigers or something. So what's the differentiation?
So the thing is, what we are trying to say here is this is one perspective. As in, whenever we are studying behaviors, we are supposed to take into consideration the evolution aspect. So we are not supposed to keep evolution aside and study psychology. This perspective also should be there, is what we are saying. This alone cannot explain all our behaviors. Remember that. This can only explain certain behaviors. Right? Multicultural perspective cannot explain all the behaviors. So there is always some general rules. There are some specific rules. So when we develop the theories, what are the theories for? Theories are to explain human behavior. Whenever we are trying to explain the human behavior, always we must take into consideration what? Culture. We are supposed to take into consideration the society. We are supposed to take into consideration the nature, the nurture, or basically the nature and biology. We are supposed to take into consideration also, now we are saying evolution as well. When we take all these things into consideration, from whichever school's perspective you are talking about, we must consider these things before we give a conclusive understanding or explanation to what? any behavior. We can't just explain behaviors by what? Using schools only. These perspectives should always be taken into consideration. So it's like this. Behaviorism explains something. So the person is behaving this like this because of reward and punishment. We are going to say it's not just because of reward and punishment. These can also be the reason. Psychoanalysis says a person behaves like this because of unconscious urges. But we are going to say it's not just about unconscious urges. There are these things as well. These also can be reason. Understood? So that is why perspectives. These are perspectives. Next.
Also, this only makes the instinctive nature, not the thinking nature.
Yes, yes. So we are saying that even our thinking ability to some extent has come as a part of evolution. Preference for beauty. The next thing in evolutionary psychology. Preference for beauty. Is quite common everywhere. Right? In any culture, preference for beauty is quite common. What is beauty? According to any person in any culture, what is considered as beauty or attractiveness? I am talking about physical beauty or physical attractiveness. So we're not talking about inner beauty, inner attractiveness, not that. Physical beauty and attractiveness. What is considered to be this? Across cultures, wherever you go, three things are there. One, symmetry. Two, youth. Right? Three, status and resources. These are the three things which are considered to be either beauty or attractiveness across cultures. This is for men, this is for women, and this is also for women. When women have symmetry and youth, they are considered to be attractive. And when men have attractive or beautiful, when men have status and resources, they are considered to be attractive. So generally attractive. I am not saying in all cases. Generally, they are seen to be attractive. If a person is very, very rich from a very, very, very good family, male, even if the person is not having symmetry, youth and all, still the family is like, hey, it is fine only. It's just that there are some discrepancies here and there. It's fine. Then you start searching for positives. Okay. These are seen to be attractive. Why? Symmetry is a sign of good health. Is seen to be a sign of good health. Symmetry is also a sign of good genes or healthy genes. And youth is important because during the youth, higher fertility. Youth means higher fertility. So that is why men generally get attracted to such women, such females, they consider these people to be attractive across culture. It's not that they think about it. As a result of evolution, this is the case. Right? As a result of evolution, this is the case. And what about men? Men who have higher status and resources are generally seen to be, they are attracted to, usually. Why? Automatically, because they have this, they will be able to provide for the family. That is why they are attractive. Signals ability to provide and protect. Okay. Done. So this is not something which people think about. This thinking generally comes as a part of evolution. This is what evolutionary perspective. Next. Further finding related to mate selection. Last one. Mate selection. Hughes and Walter. Hughes, Hughes, Hughes and Walter did one study, and another person, Lewis et al. Did one study. Hughes and Walter found that women, while selecting a partner, while selecting a mate, pays attention to a man's kissing ability. Pays attention to kissing ability. Why? Because it shows a man's good health, good genes, and also trust as a long-term partner. On the basis of a kiss, they are going to decide, according to Hughes and Walter. Lewis et al., they found that men often prefer women with certain they are going to select women on the basis of certain spinal curvature. Better the spinal curvature, better the chances of bearing a child. It's related to fertility. Better spinal curvature, better the chances of bearing the child or carrying the child. Okay. So all these, people don't think about that. Thinking happens probably subconsciously or unconscious. And that is why they find, such males or females attractive. So, ये है evolutionary psychology. Next. Subfields. So, application of psychology to various fields. Subfields. The first subfield, clinical psychology. Clinical psychology. So according to APA, American Psychological Association, there are as many as 50 divisions in psychology. It is the world's largest professional body, psychology related professional body, world's largest APA. So 50 divisions within psychology. So the first subfield is what? Clinical psychology. This is the most well-known, most popular branch of psychology. It is the largest and the most popular branch of psychology or subfield of psychology. What does it focus on? The focus is on understanding, diagnosing, and treating. Diagnosing, understanding, diagnosing, and treating mental, emotional, and behavioral disorders. Mental, emotional, and behavioral disorders. Okay, this is what clinical psychology is about. The disorders we are talking about can range from mild to severe. Mild to severe disorders. Mild disorders, something which can be discomforting, like anxiety, stress. These are mild. Extreme or severe disorders, schizophrenia is extreme. Bipolar disorder, depression, these are all extreme disorders. So the goal of this subfield is to treat the disorders, to reduce the suffering, and improve the quality of life. So reduce suffering and increase the quality of life. 2OL. Okay. So three things become important. Diagnosis, understanding. What is understanding?
The problem.
Cause.
Right.
See, what is diagnosing? What is diagnosing? Identifying whether a problem is there or not. That is diagnosing. And what is understanding? Finding the cause of it. Right? And treatment, So treatment is the consequence, the final part. So understanding is etiology. So when you diagnose a particular disorder or a disease, what are we saying? We are just saying it is there. Right? When we find the cause, say for example, cancer, identification of cancer is diagnosis. Finding a cause of it, smoking causes cancer. Smoking, finding the cause, what is it? Explanation. Understanding. Etiology. It is the etiology. So it is GAD, I would say it is more mild. So I would say it is a moderate disorder. It is not too much or too less.
It cannot be cured, right?
It cannot be cured. Most of the mental disorders cannot be cured. They can be treated. Cure is absolutely nil, becoming absolutely normal. Right? They can only be treated. they cannot be cured, right? So physical infirmities can be cured, but this is not physical. Mostly they are mental, right? Okay. Next, general anxiety disorder, GAD. Okay. Next, for clinical psychology, so when we speak about treatment, right? When we speak about treatment, what is treatment all about? Treatment comes in various forms, which is about therapy. So, what are the treatments that are available in clinical psychology? So, one is psychoanalytical therapy. Next, any other therapy you know of? Client-centered therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT. Client-centered therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy, DBT, dialectical behavioral therapy. It combines, basically DBT is nothing but CBT plus mindfulness. So that is medication based. And then all of this combined with medication. Any of these combined with medication. That is also a way of treatment. So especially medication along with therapy is used for extreme disorders. Whenever the disorder is severe, then medication along with therapy is used. Whenever the disorder is mild, right, a simple one, then medication is not used, only therapy is used. Next. Related fields to this field, clinical psychology, closely related fields, or health psychology and abnormal psychology. Health and abnormal psychology are the related fields. Health psychology is more about how mind and body interact. How mind and body interact. When you are healthy, when you are ill. That is health psychology. How body and mind interact when we are healthy and when we are ill. Abnormal psychology, as the name suggests, abnormal, against normal, behaviors which are maladjusted. Maladjusted behaviors. It studies the maladjusted behaviors. So whenever a person adjusts wrongly to the society, we call the person to be abnormal. So studying such behaviors and finding the causes of it, we call it as abnormal. These two are very much related to clinical psychology itself. Okay, next. Counseling psychology is the next field. Counseling psychology. So this is that field which focuses on the normal life challenges of people. This is not about disorders. So it focuses on helping people with normal life challenges rather than mental disorders per se. Rather than disorders per se, it deals with helping the people with normal life challenges. The emphasis is on the growth of an individual, adjustment of an individual, and overall well-being of an individual. So it's less about pathology, it's more about well-being, making life better. So it is more like life guidance and support, which means even without this, a person can survive, but not happily enough. Right? Whenever you are facing the challenges, you can survive, you can wade through the challenges. But if you want some support, this field helps. Counseling psychology. Generally, the areas where it is going to be helpful, counseling psychology. One, personal life, related to personal life, personal issues like managing stress, stress management, boosting self-confidence or self-esteem, boosting self-confidence or self-esteem, relationship issues, so it can be related to relationship issues. What can it be? It might be related to one, making life choices in a relationship, marital counseling, father-son relationships. So basically any relationship. Parenting advice. Okay, parenting advice. So all these things, conflict resolution in a relationship. So yes. So next is career and educational. Career and educational. So here to choose a career path, how to deal with workplace politics, stress. So career path, workplace politics, stress, time management, job transition, exam anxiety related to education, exam anxiety or test anxiety, all these. So some kid who's very good in studying, the moment the exam comes, absolute nil. So have you observed such people, like they come to the exam center, they get headache, they get pukish feeling, they go to the washroom. Have you seen? So it is exam anxiety. There are some other people, so they take it very coolly, the exam. as if it does not matter at all, right? So for your examination, for the prelims examination especially, not the main examination, by the time you go to the main examination, because you have cleared the prelims examination, you would not feel as anxious. But for the prelims examination, most of the students feel anxious. Most of the people become anxious. So one thing, one mindset you need to have always is this. Tomorrow is the exam day, or today is the exam day. You have, you're in the front of the exam center. Question paper will be given in some time. At that point in time, there'll be n number of thoughts going on in your mind. What will happen if I don't clear it? All these things will come into your mind. And my only question to you is, by thinking all these things, will your performance become better or worse? So, why think about this? Is the question you need to ask yourself. The second question you need to ask yourself is, fine, with the amount of time I am left with, will I be able to cover what I have not covered? Right? Or for that matter, is there a way I can escape from this examination? If there is a clear no for both, then don't worry about the outcome. Just go and sit and write the exam. You have to ask these questions just, whenever you feel anxious about the examination. This is one of the reasons why most of the people give up studying 1 week before the examination. Even before a week to the examination, they give up like this. I'm not able to recall anything. It's gone. Done. When you come to this mindset, there's no way you'll be able to pick up the books. So that is why, what are you supposed to do? What's done is done. I have 1 week's time. Maybe I will be getting 60. If I study this 1 week, I'll get 65. I'll not clear. It's fine. Let me study. Getting my point? So when you are having this mindset, I'm telling you, if you have studied properly for prelims examination, I'm talking about 6 months properly, if you have studied like 9 to 10 hour schedule on a daily basis, 6 months only, 9 to 10 hour schedule, and sticking to limited number of resources, and this mindset I just spoke of, if you have it, there is no way a person cannot clear this examination, is what I feel. Right? The person will clear the examination. And the conditions, just remember the conditions. Conditions are more important. What are the conditions I just told? 9 to 10 hours on a daily basis. And restricted resources. Restricted number of resources. Very, very restricted number of resources. 6 months. Proper. Before the examination. I am talking only about the prelims examination. Okay. And in these 9 to 10 hours, it's about revisions. It's about what? It's about tests. Revisions, tests, and sticking to minimum number of resources. And the mindset. This mindset, I think this mindset should set in probably some 15 days before the examination. The mindset. I have done enough. Probably it is highly likely I am going to clear the examination. If I will not be able to clear also, right? It's essential that I put the effort for the next 15 days so that I'll gain at least some more extra marks. You have to have this mindset. When you go to the examination with a mindset like this, whatever I have studied, I'll get the questions from there itself. Even those candidates are going to fail. Maybe you have studied everything, and the mindset you have is what? The questions that are going to come in the examination are the ones I have studied already. The moment you go there, you are going to realize the first 10 questions you don't know anything. You're done. You're done for that year. So that is why, to build confidence, I generally suggest one thing for the people who take up the prelims examination. So simple thing. Start with question number 1. Go till question number 5. If you sense that I am able to answer only 1 out of 5, stop at 5, go back. 100. 100 to 95, you look at them. If you still feel like I am not able to answer any of them, come to 50. 50 to 55, you look at it. Still, if you feel like you're not able to answer, 50 to 45, still none. Decide then and there itself that year is gone. Okay, that year is gone. Somewhere you should find at least, out of 5, you should be able to know at least 3 questions, 4 questions. If you are like, I don't know these, I don't know these, I don't know these 20 questions are gone here itself. How is it you can clear the exam? So my understanding is that out of 100 questions, a person who has studied properly like this will be able to identify a minimum of 85 questions. Identification of the question. I'm not saying they'll get them right. I'm talking about identification of the question. The moment you see the question, I have heard of this. You get that feeling for 85 questions. That's for sure. Right? In this case, what happened? You don't even have the idea that mark you breached. 80. So by the time you have looked at 20 also you don't know, which means you are left with only 80. That means you are not well prepared for that year. Okay? At least you should be able to identify how many questions? 85 questions. No. That is next thing. I always give these numbers to you. Out of 100 questions, I will remove 25 questions for current affairs. All the time. 25 questions, let's remove. You are left with 75. Out of 75, how many questions do you think will be from, these are all static. Out of 75, I would say 15 will not be from your books, from what you have studied. 15 will not be from your books. NCERT, class notes plus standard books. It will not be from here. 15 questions will be. Rest remaining 60 must be from where? From your books. Out of 60, if a person has studied properly, I would always say a person would be able to get at least 38 to 40 right. 38 to 40. 38 is how much? 70. You got 76 from here. It is fixed. 76 is fixed. Out of the remaining, how many? 22. Yes, remaining 22 questions. Because they are coming from books, what is the probability of you getting them right? 50% probability. Out of 20, 21 we'll consider, easy to calculate, 50%. You'll get 10 right. 10 into 2, you got 20 here. How much is it? 96. You got 11 wrong as 11 or 12 wrong. 12 wrong means how many marks should I subtract? 12 wrong. 12 into 0.6. How much? 1.3 you have to remove. 1/3 negative, no? 1/3 is how much? 0.67, right? 0.67. So 0.67 into 12. How much is it? 12, 6 is 72. 8 marks. We have to remove 8. 96 minus 8. How much is it? 88. 60. 40 you have not attempted still. That is where you are supposed to take the risk. Okay, that is where you are supposed to take the risk. 85 is something which is guaranteed when you study the books properly. When you study the books properly, even without current affairs, 85 is something which is kind of guaranteed according to me. It's just that we always lose sight of the books. We start running behind things which are not so important. We always try to run behind things which are not so important. So, extra and ordinary. Studying books is ordinary. What is extra? Current affairs. And then test series, value added material. Ordinary is what? Static books, NCRT, class notes, PYQs. Even before doing these things, we'll go for the extra. If you want to be extraordinary, you have to be ordinary first. Then you become extra. The problem is we try to become extra and then forget about ordinary. In fact, not try to become ordinary. We forget about the ordinary. Because of which you will be extra for UPSC, not extraordinary. You are just one extra for UPSC, not extraordinary. Understood? So always remember, it is about the basic things you need to do. Once you get the basics right, after that you can build on it. Online, people say many tricks, tips, tricks, there are many. They don't work. They will never work. The day you start searching for shortcuts, your life in UPSC is cut short. Okay? The more shortcuts you look for, your life gets cut short by those many, right? Just because of shortcuts. In fact, what are you supposed to do? Sir, are we not supposed to use shortcuts? I always tell you to use shortcuts, but that shortcut should be your creation. It should always be your creation. When it is your creation, you will always remember it. Because for the shortcut, you have applied the logic and created the shortcut. There's no way you are going to forget it. Understood? You know the reason behind creating the shortcut. That's not the case with the readily available shortcuts.
So, for these cases where recently we have attempted one of the tests in the learning app, the question was same and we were sitting on the same row. All my friends and me attempted, got the same answer. We didn't copy though. We clicked the same option. And it when we saw the scoring and answer list, it was the wrong option as we didn't get the one certain word in our notebook in history. So what is that?
So every time, when you are getting the answers wrong, just because of one or two words, right? One statement especially. The issue is, I know statement A. Sorry, I know statement 1, I know statement 2, I know statement 3. I don't know statement 4. Because of 4, I made a mistake. Generally, what happens is when you have studied a subject for 3 to 4 times, multiple revisions when you have done, your brain does not let you to mark the wrong answer. When you know 3, the 4th one, if you are uncertain, even then your brain will direct you to the right answer. Even without the knowledge of 4th statement. 4th statement, you don't know anything. Still, your brain will be able to create some logic and drive you towards the right answer. With one iteration, one reading, your brain will not have that capability. So minimum 3 to 4 revisions. In order to do 3 to 4 revisions, short notes are required. Okay, so it's just about the number of revisions that actually matter. Many a times, when I picked up few questions, just few days ago, I picked up few questions related to geography, just to solve. It's been a long time since I have touched geography. Long time in the sense it's been 10 years probably. Now, when I picked up the geography questions, first and the foremost thing I felt was, I know the term, but I don't know what happens, behind that term. Say, for example, if I'm talking about cyclones and there are anticyclones. So related to that, there were 4 statements and I was like perplexed. What can be the answer? Then I read the question more clearly, slowly, and then I marked it. I was able to get it right still. And it was guess. It was a wild guess. And it was some stupid logic I applied and I got it right. So what I am saying is, even when you are able to apply some logic, which does not make sense also, your brain will be able to direct you to the right answers, provided you have learned the concepts properly. For learning the concepts properly, it takes time, as in revisions are required. Okay. Fine. Next.
So with regards to this counseling psychology, we're talking about how students would face the stress and they stress related before the exam. But isn't it also because that you are not able to consume more content that you start going into thinking retrospectively and thinking that you are
It's not about a person's inability to, take in the content. It's mostly about, most of the times what happens, all the students in a particular class will have almost equal ability. When you do the intelligence test for a classroom, the intelligence scores will be in the range of probably 90 to 110 for almost all the kids. There'll be one or the other, one kid who is very brainy, or there'll be one kid who has low IQ. Apart from that, majority of the people will fall in that 90 to 110 spectrum. The problem here is not the consumption of the content. The problem is with the concentration, attention, interest. So this is where the counseling psychologists help. So they are going to train the kids or give them the inputs as to why they are getting low scores. They are getting the low scores because of their inability to concentrate, maybe. Maybe the interest lies somewhere else. How to redirect these interests? This is where clinical psychologists come into picture. It's not always about the consumption of the content. So consumption of the content, it completely depends on the interest, if you ask me. Maybe at home, TV is on all the time, right? Because of which the kid is not able to concentrate, and because of which the kid has developed a different kind of interest, right? So the aspects that will be looked into by psychologists or counseling psychologists will be different. It's not just about one, dimension. They are going to look into various dimensions. Fine. Next, life transitions is another area where counseling psychologists look into. Here, maybe coping with a migration to a new city. Life transitions is another area. Like coping with migration. You move to a new city, how to get adjusted in that city, new culture. Divorce is a life transition. Marriage is a life transition. Grief. So marriage, divorce, grief, adoption of a child, birth of a child, even in some cases. Okay, retirement is a life transition.
In career and education counseling and treating ADHD, does affect education?
Not treating per se. I would say, identification only. Treatment is not possible. Okay, for that you need a proper therapy. Mild level, yes, possible. Right? So early stages of ADHD can be dealt with. So extreme level can't be dealt with. So ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, right? So we are going to learn about it later. So some say it is an advantage. Having ADHD is an advantage. They are kind of what to say, they are gifted kids of sort, people who have ADHD. Their brain activity is like, senseless. Okay, too much brain activity. So we say, they will be able to solve the problems. Their problem is with the concentration. They'll not be able to stick to one particular thing for a long time. Okay, so what are the pros, cons of it? So we'll be learning about it later. Okay, so counseling psychologists generally use what? Talk therapy. Talk therapy is especially when they deal with mild level of initial stages of disorders, mental or behavioral maladjustments, early stage only. Next.
And so in counseling psychology, the psychiatrist should not suggest the medications.
Not the psychiatrist. We just call him a psychologist. So psychiatrist is a person who is having a medical degree. Okay. So when it comes to clinical psychology, so you generally have the psychiatrist. So here it is usually psychologist only. So any which ways, we'll be looking at them as well, right? Psychiatrist, psychologist, what is the difference? Next is, so you're done with counseling and clinical. Next is developmental psychology. We have already seen. That is one field, which is about lifespan development, across lifespans, how development happens, cognitively, emotionally, all those things. That is developmental psychology. The other field is educational psychology, about which we will be learning in detail. A particular chapter is there, education psychology. And then experimental psychology. What is this about? Usage of experiments, lab experiments, lab settings, in order to understand what the psychological processes or the mental processes. So that is experimental psychology. We use the experiments all throughout. We'll be giving the evidence for various concepts. Further, cognitive psychology, which we have learnt about it already. Industrial organizational psychology we have spoken of. So that also we have a separate chapter. So that is one more subfield. Psychobiology and evolutionary psychology we have already learnt about. Social psychology we know. Cross-cultural psychology also we know. And then we have one more, which is positive psychology. This is something which we need to look into. Positive psychology. The last field. Positive psychology is the one which shifts the focus of psychology towards the positive side of human life. The positive side of human life is about happiness, it shifts the focus towards the positive side of human life, which is about happiness, which is about the meaning of life, meaning and purpose of life. Meaning and purpose of life. The potential of human life. The potential of a being or a human life. Growth and development. And overall well-being of an individual. Overall well-being of an individual. So the focus here is what makes life worth living. What makes life worth living rather than what's wrong with life. what makes life worth living, why we should live, how we should live this life is more important than what is wrong with life. So traditionally, the focus was on what is wrong with life. Okay. So it's not just about positive thinking. It is scientific as well. This field is scientific because it uses research. This is not just about positive thinking. It uses research to support the findings. Surveys, experiments, it uses all the scientific methods to prove a point. So as evidence, it uses experiments, surveys, research for evidence. So that is why it is scientific as well. It's not just about positive thinking. It's not philosophical. It's scientific. The founder of this positive psychology is Martin Seligman. You can say this person is the founder. He was the president of APA in 1998. American Psychological Association. He became the president in 1998. He is the one who said the new focus of psychology will be not weakness, but strength. Which means it's not about healing the illnesses, it's about building strength. So the focus will not be on weaknesses or illnesses, it will be on strengths, building strength. So that is the starting point of positive psychology. Research started. So in the direction of what makes people happy, right? How to live a purposeful life. So all these things started from here. Positive psychology the founder, Martin Seligman, according to him, positive psychology has 5 pillars. It has 5 pillars, which leads to well-being. We call them as 5 pillars of well-being. And it is called the PERMA framework. Those 5 pillars are PERMA. PERMA. 5 pillars. P for positive emotions. Positive emotions. Which is about feeling of joy, gratitude, having hope. E, engagement. E is engagement. What is engagement? Being completely active or involved in what we do. Completely involved. Be absorbed. Being completely absorbed in what we do, in whatever activity we engage in. We can refer to it as a flow state. You are in the flow. You're not stagnant in that activity. You're immersed in that activity.
Does that mean being focused?
Completely in it. For example, when you're studying for this examination, you're supposed to be like this. You have to be in it, like completely involved. You don't look at time when you study. So it is a very wrong metric when I say 9 to 10 hours. It is a very wrong way of looking at studying. I tell this number because the day you are able to sit down for 9 to 10 hours and study continuously for probably 1 month, after this, I'm telling you, this number does not really matter. You would be engaged in it. No matter how hard you try, you'll not be able to come out of this zone. Right? So at least for 1 month, 1.5 months, if you're able to do it forcefully, after that, it becomes automatic. So it's not like this. It's not like some people say, right? So initially, getting hit 2-3 times daily, you'll feel the pain. 5 days later, you'll not feel the pain. It's not that. It will not hurt you. It's not that. What I'm saying is, you get engaged. So you will be immersed in it, completely involved. So for that to happen, for generation of interest itself, it takes time. That is why you have to at least put a deliberate effort initially. So how many of you are studying a 9 to 10 hours minimum, rather than minimum 9 to 10 hours on a daily basis now? On a daily basis. In class itself, you are spending 7 hours, I guess. Now 8 hours. So 9 to 10 hours, it's not a big ask. See, the result of this, the consequence of this, you are going to see the day your classes will end. You will have so much practice of sitting at one place for 8 to 9 hours together. The practice of it. After the completion of the classes, you will, what to do in my life? The only option is to sit and study. People who are bunking the classes, right, who are not attending the classes regularly, they will never be able to do it. Why they'll not be able to do it? They don't have the practice. Understood? So if you are having how many hours? You are having 7-8 hours minimum, no? 7 hours you are getting minimum. 5 days. 7 hours? Sometimes 8 hours as well. So today how many hours?
8.
Today 8 hours.
I mean,
Every day.
the current affairs from every day, it has written 8 hours.
Okay. That's wonderful. Hmm? So 9 o'clock. So that would be 9 to 6:30. Yeah? 9 to 6:30. How many hours of break? 2 hours break.
1 hour.
Okay, 1 hour break. Okay, psychology, you have only a half an hour break. So that would be 9 to 6 is what? 9 to 6:30, right? 9 to 6:30 would be 9.5 hours, half an hour break. 9 hours class. That's great. So
Nothing stays now.
it will not stay for now. It will take some time. It takes some time. Even if you are able to recall even some 50 to 60%, you be happy with it for now. I'm telling you, be happy with it. Don't get disappointed. Don't get unsettled. Things will come back. I'm telling you, trust the process. Just trust the process. Trust yourselves. Right? When you put in the hard yards, it is boring. Hard yards are boring. Right? They are always boring. They are tedious. But they will pay back. And one of our students had come today afternoon. He is a DYSP now. Right? So he is DYSP in Uttar Pradesh. So he had come to meet us, even as we were speaking. He is a student of mine from the year 2016. He was my student in 2016. Okay. And he cleared the examination in 2020. Not the UPSC. He cleared the state PSC. So 2016 he became the student, but by then he had already studied. But the problem with him was the optional. His optional was geography. So every time he used to get stuck in geography itself. So first attempt he cleared prelims, second attempt prelims, third attempt prelims and the mains. But geography he got stuck. He gave up and he started writing his state PS. What he was saying was that it's sort of fascinating. He had a batch of around 78 to 80 people whom he knew since 2016. His batchmates basically. They were studying from different parts of the country. They had gone to different places. They were studying in n number of places. The fascinating thing is, as of now, he has 70 of them in touch, 65 to 70 of them in touch with him, and all the 65 to 70 are officers in one way or the other. And one thing he told me was that, sir, all of them, all of us, we were in the process all throughout. We trusted the process. We were sticking to the process. The difference that we see after 2020 is this: inability to stick to the process. As in, 1 year, something went wrong. Let me try something else. You gave 2 years, it is not working. I'll do something else. When this is what we are seeing since when? 2020. I have seen many of my students itself who are very good. I know they have the potential. I still believe they have the potential. But they are not able to stick around for more than 2 years. Why they are not able to stick around for more than 2 years? They get unsettled very easily. Okay. And what he says is, sir, if we stick to it, and if we get a positive signal from the examination, we must stick to it, no matter how long, because it is going to pay off one way or the other. So that trust in the process, that trust in the system, entire system and yourself is very, very important. So for that, a lot of determination is required. Okay. So that is kind of missing in the candidates who are coming after 2020. Being able to stick to the same thing for a longer period of time. Probably it's because of what you get exposed to, the information, the counter narratives that you get, right? The information that counters what you actually believe. You might believe that I will be able to do it, but the counter information that comes in is a lot, which tells you that you will not be able to do it. Such and such people are not able to do it. You'll also not be able to do it. Such information is more now, probably because of the exposure to the information. That is why I tell Insta ban, Facebook ban, right? From your life at least. Ban these things from your life till you complete your studies. Will not be influenced. Okay. So how many of you still have the social media? You are on social media platforms. How many of you? WhatsApp is not included. Not active, but you are on it. How many of you? Raise your hands completely. What about others? You have all uninstalled them? Yes, deactivated? Good. Very good. So it's very, very important. I'm telling you, it's very, very important. What information? As I told you, that is all what? Extra, not ordinary. Whatever you are missing on is extra stuff, not the ordinary stuff. Okay, you have the ordinary. Stick to the ordinary first. Absolutely okay. See, whatever you are missing, it is all worth not more than 1 month. If you sit down at one point and after having a very structured understanding of what all is there in each and every subject, it does not take more than 1 month for you to get all the information that is required for this examination, which is current affairs. It's a lot of time. Okay. Just don't get distracted. Okay. So this is engagement or relationships. Or relationships. So having supportive, loving connections, having loving and supportive connections will contribute to improved mental health. Very, very important, this one. You are preparing for this examination. Never surround yourself with people who are negative. It's so important to not have people who are negative around you. People who are negative, how they view this entire process. Have I told you this one? There are 3 kinds of students. No? A, B, C. It's so easy to find these people. A type are the ones who actually study. They study. How to know they are studious? What are these candidates? They are engaged in studying. Engaged in the sense, they take the class notes, they study the standard books, they do the PYQs, and when you get in discussions with them, the discussion will be around issues and topics of syllabus. This is a person who studies. This is candidate type 1. Candidate type 2. Candidate type 2. These candidates, they don't take down the notes, they don't study, they don't do any of this. They will be talking more about movies, TV series, fashion, hero, heroine, all these things. Their interest itself is different. When you ask this person whether you are going to crack this examination or not, this person is like, I don't know, it is a dicey situation. Maybe if I put the efforts, maybe chances are there. That is why I'm studying. Candidate 1. Candidate 2, you ask this person, there is no way I'm going to clear it. I know it. There is clarity. This person has clarity. Who? This person. This is the category I am talking about, which is the dangerous category. Category 3. C. This candidate is like, looks like this, candidate is studying. Looks like studying, but actually not. Appears to be studying category. Sir, how to identify these people? See, this is the most dangerous category. When you ask them, will you clear? If I don't clear, who will clear? That attitude. Right? These are the people who say, I will meet you after I become an officer kind. And what are the hallmarks of these candidates? The discussions. When you get into a discussion with these people, the discussions will be, this book is not good. That book I'll study. This material is not good. I will take that material. This faculty is not good. Probably that faculty would have been good. Discussions. Huge. These are not the things that are important. These are the things that are important. So, whatever I have seen is that the candidates who fall into this category will always respect this examination because they truly gain knowledge from this. These are the people who focus on the process. These are the people who focus only on the destination. These people focus on cultivation. These people focus on the fruit. Fruit only. These people focus on the cultivation. Right? So, never fall into this category. Be either in this category or this category. The advantage of being in this category, you will become knowledgeable. One day or the other, you will become, some useful citizen. This category, what about this category? Because they have realized clearly they will not do it. They are going to decide, okay, I will do something else in my life. These are the people who are going to get stuck. False world. They are going to create their own false world. They are going to keep doing the mistakes again and again. And every time they commit the mistakes and fail, they are not going to find fault in themselves. They are going to find the fault everywhere else except them. That is why they will never be successful. Never fall into this category. Be in this category. I want you to be in this category. It's up to you whether you want to fall into this category or not. But this category is also still fine, better than this one, is what I'm saying. Okay. So, whenever you have difficulty in one subject or two subjects, it's, you have to accept it that you have a problem in that subject. Put efforts to rectify from your side. Make it better from your side. Blame game really will not help. It just makes you frustrated and you will not be able to work on the weakness you have already. It's never going to be helpful. Understood? So it's just that I am giving you a perspective of how things are, how people are. Okay? R is about relationships. Always have positive people around you, not the third category, either the first or the second category, preferably the first category. Right? 4. M is meaning. Meaning. What is this? Understanding that the life has meaning and purpose beyond you, beyond oneself. So this is about you volunteering to help some affected people, affected population, or for that matter, you engaging in, some activity which is going to be helpful for the society in one way or the other, contributing to the society, philanthropy maybe, right? So all these things are what, voluntary work, community work, or philanthropy. All of it is what? Meaning. So you see the world to be an extension of you, a part of you itself. And finally, accomplishment. A. With this comes a sense of pride. With this comes a sense of pride, accomplishment, achieving your goals and mastering certain skills. Achieving goals and mastering certain skills. So this is what we call as self-actualization, realizing one's potential. So when you have Parma, 5 pillars, there will be well-being in your life. According to whom? According to Seligman, Martin Seligman. So this is positive psychology. So positive psychology today finds application in therapy. It finds application in therapy, in education, health, workplace, in everyday life. Okay. Next. Psychological professions. So that's the end of the fields. Next is professions. Psychology related professions. One is psychologist, the other one is psychiatrist. Psychologist and psychiatrist. Psychologists, they usually earn a MA or MSc in psychology. Masters, MA or MSc. In some universities, it is seen as a science. In some universities, it is seen as an arts subject. So MA or MSc. In most of the Western countries, it is seen as a science. It is seen as a science in most of the Western countries. Following this, there will be what? PhD in clinical, counseling, or applied. When we say applied, there are many branches. Okay. So they are just psychologists. So if you have a master's degree, you are a psychologist. However, if you have to practice, right? If you want to become a clinical psychologist and practice, so you have done your master's in clinical psychology, but you are just a clinical psychologist, but you can't practice. In order to practice as a clinical psychologist, you know what is clinical psychology? Earlier we have seen it. So what does a clinical psychologist do? He gives therapy as well. Diagnosis and therapy also is there. So etiology is there and therapy is also there. So in order to give therapy, a clinical psychologist after getting masters must get a license. Requires a registration from the Rehabilitation Council of India, RCI, Rehabilitation Council of India. They must be RCI licensed in order to practice. Okay. So if they don't have a license, if they don't have license from RCI, what else can they do? They can do the counseling. Teaching maybe, counseling work. What is counseling? Basically talking and basically mild disorders if there are there, right? They can't give therapy, but they can just identification and help through small problems, everyday problems. What is this? Counseling they can do. They can't go for therapy. They can't give therapy.
Talking also a method of therapy.
Talking also, there is talking therapy. However, that is useful only in what? Very, mild disorders. Very mild disorders. It is a very formative stage of disorders. Yes. For identification, yes. They can't administer tests, right? Tests which are for what? Some disorders. They will not be able to administer the tests. They can recommend to whom? So clinical psychologists, they can recommend to, right? Counseling psychologists can recommend to whom? Clinical psychologists. They can send the client, we call them the clients. So clients can be sent to clinical psychologists, right? They can't administer a therapy. So one session is done, you come for the second session. No, they can only do counseling. So where do they work? They generally work in hospitals, clinics, colleges, schools, corporate firms. So if there is no license, they can go with counseling. So we call them counseling psychologists. And then we have psychiatrists. We have psychiatrists. These are the ones who have a medical degree, MBBS. They have MBBS and then they do MD in psychiatry. So MBBS, how many years now? 5.5 years, 5.5 years. And MD? 3 years. 3, it depends. So 3, 3.5, 4. Okay. So by the time you become a psychiatrist, so basically we were just calculating the other day, how many years does it take for a person to become actually a person with some standing in the field of medicine? It would take a minimum of 11 to 12 years. 11 to 12 years. So you start at the age of 19 maybe. Yes, 19, 20. So by 32, you will be settled. Super specialty, that is different. I said some standing. So if you have just done MBBS, they don't value anymore. Okay. Okay, psychiatrists. So MBBS, 5.5 years, psychiatry, 3 years. The difference is that, you remember we spoke about clinical psychology. In clinical psychology, we were talking about various therapies. After therapies, I told medications. So psychiatrists are the one who can prescribe medication. They can prescribe medication also. Clinical psychologists cannot. If they have to give therapy as well. See, they can't give therapy. Remember, psychiatrists cannot give therapy. They can only prescribe medication for what? Severe mental illnesses. If, yes, they can't give therapy, they can ask them to give therapy. Yes, they always work parallelly until and unless they are trained in therapy.
Psychologists should be trained in therapy.
Not psychologists, psychiatrists. Psychiatrists must be trained in therapy. Yes, they have to be trained in therapy and medication, of course, because they have done their MD as well. That's not an issue. Only if they are trained in therapy, then they can give therapy. Otherwise, they will always work in parallel with these people, clinical psychologists.
I'm not supposed to do counseling to their friends, family.
Yes, that is obviously there. Because it will be always biased. Right? It will always be biased. You will hold back many things. Right? Yes, absolutely. See, I always tell this thing. There is one thing. How transparent we are. Okay, how transparent we are with the people around us. You are here. General population, if we talk about, who knows you better? You have family, you have friends, you have society, you have, that's all. Only three. Family, friends, society. Three circles. Who knows maximum about you? When I say maximum about you, I am talking only about the negative side of you. Is it the friends or the family here? Friends, mostly the friends. Next, family or society?
Society.
Presently, I feel like it is the society knows more. Why society more?
Right from the family.
So the time you spend with family is lesser. The time you spend with society is more. Also, most of the family members will be not on your social media as well as what? In the friend list. They will not be in your friend list. They will be, following you, but you are not following them. Right? In most of the cases, I am talking about when I say family, it is the extended families I am talking about, not the immediate family. And then you have what? The society here. So family, society, and then, friends, society, and then family. And earlier it was different. The first circle was family earlier, right? Family and friends used to come together. Now the family is a bit away. So present scenario I am talking. So, and also family is something which is emotionally attached. And because of which you can't share everything with them, or for that matter, you can't give honest suggestions in most of the cases. This is something which we are going to explore in ethics classes. So why it happens? It is because of the emotional attachment. You don't want to hurt at all. Yes, there will be one, usually the siblings. Usually the siblings. It is always the siblings. And in some rare cases, it is the, father, mother, right? Rare cases, father and mother. So these are odd cases, we can say, right? These are odd cases. Anyways, coming back to our discussion here. Psychiatrist is this case. So serious mental illnesses is what they deal with. So usually they are found in hospitals, de-addiction centers. Okay, and then there are another category. So apart from psychiatrists, there is another category. Psychiatric social workers. Psychiatric social workers. So they have masters in social work. Masters in social work with specialization in psychiatric social work. So this is a master's thing in social work. Psychiatric social work. You do masters in it. Okay. So this is not a famous area. So usually they work in places where you have institutions like Nimhans. Okay. So how social issues affect mental health? This is what they study. Okay. So the focus is not on the individual. It is about individual itself, but from the social perspective. Like how does poverty, deprivation, right? People coming from very weak, economically weaker sections, or caste discrimination. These things, how does it affect a psychology of a person? This is what they study. And they are going to be more like assistants to the doctors or the psychiatrists. They'll be more like assistants. They would not be as much knowledge as them. That is why they will be assistants. Because psychiatric social work, it is more about social work, less about psychiatry. right? So psychiatric means they are assistants to them. They just assist the psychiatric work, right? You have psychiatrists, they are assistants to them, not independent workers. Okay. Next. This much is done. And next, finally, the last part of our syllabus is psychology and scientific method. Psychology and scientific methods.
There is a topic, psychology in India. Are we doing this something?
We'll deal with it later. After this, we'll deal with it. Psychology in India. So it is mostly about what in India, how psychology developed. The focus initially was philosophical. Later, it has become scientific. Right? So, who are all the psychologists? What started first? Where did the first university start for psychology in India? So, all these things. This is what is there in that part, psychology in India. So, we'll deal with it after this part is done. So, today we'll deal with what science is, and then science and something called as positivism. When do we say it is positivism? So, how did science evolve? This part we will deal with. What is scientific method? What is the theory? And how psychology sticks to those, guidelines or principles of science. And also we are going to see whether psychology is a social science or a natural science. So this also we are going to see. So first, what is a science? So what is science according to you? What is science? Science is a discipline or an organized way of explaining the how and why of events. How and why of events, any event for that matter. The goals of science include: one, understanding how the natural world works. What are the components and processes in the natural world? Components and processes of the natural world, finding them, and how the world evolved to the present form. How the world evolved to the present form. So that is why we can say science is about both discovery and invention. Yes or no? So is science only about inventions? No, it's about both discovery and invention. So broadly speaking, we can say science has two major objectives. One, two major broad objectives. understanding and explaining events. This is one. This is one main objective. So anything that happens in the world, understanding it and explaining it. The second part is whatever we get as knowledge from that knowledge is applied. Application of knowledge for the real life problems or the real world problems. For example, how the cell works, how the tissues work, how are they formed. Basically, cell biology we learn. Because of this understanding and explanation, we are able to develop what? Vaccines. We are able to develop drugs. So what is this? Understanding and explanation. We got the knowledge as to how the natural events work. On the basis of that, we are able to develop the solutions to the problems we might, encounter. So that is application. These are the two major objectives. So just think about it. This is discovery. Correct? What is this? Invention. That's it. One part is discovery, the other part is invention. So basically, this first part, when you look at it, we are trying to understand the natural world. We are trying to understand the natural world in a better way. That is why knowledge of the world, knowledge of the natural world. This is what we were trying to find, this part. That is why before 19th century, science, we did not call anything as science. The name for this part was natural philosophy. Philosophy, love for knowledge, love for the knowledge of nature, natural philosophy. Before 19th century. So by 18th, 19th century, we also started learning about experimentation and all these things. Right? After that, we called it as science. So, from the start of civilizations, so if we look at the evolution of science, evolution of modern day science. So it has been through a process, we can say. It has been through a long process, long journey. Start of civilization. How did we look at things? In the start of the civilization, many events used to happen. Natural events used to happen. Disasters used to happen. And we tried to explain those things. Our ancestors tried to explain those things with sort of, irrational or not so rational thinking, or based on not so hard evidence. So it was lacking reason. It was lacking reason. Rational thought was missing to explain the natural events. Initially, basically, they were more often than not. Today, we can mark them as superstitious or superstitions. Why does the earthquake occur? They had their own reason, not the scientific way. Okay. So some cosmic event happens. They would see it as something that is being done by the god. Right? Because you did not do some puja here, something happened there. Okay. Over time, all these superstitions or the wrong beliefs that were there got merged into religion. They got merged into religion by the medieval period. So why did they not have evidence? Because they did not have a method to search for the truth, right? Today we call it a superstition, right? See, it is the benefit of hindsight we have. We are able to call it a superstition. Because we are able to find the truth, we are calling it a superstition. Maybe 100 years later, whatever findings we have today may all be proven wrong by some other set of people in the future. So they might call us or our findings to be superstitions. The entire scientific method is wrong. So it is very much possible. Understood? So religions, as they came, they provided explanations to almost everything. For everything, they had the explanation. For all natural events, everything. There were explanations. From the origin of stars, origin of earth, moon, origin of universe. So in fact, the idea of universe has, had gotten many people into problems. The idea of universe. People initially, the philosophers who said there existed a universe, all of them faced problems. For everyone, Earth was the universe. Earth and its surrounding was the universe. So once religion became strong, it needed a very strong force to dismantle whatever religion was teaching, or whatever superstitions were a part of religion. Then came the Renaissance. After the medieval period, we got the Renaissance. We got the Renaissance. This is the period. The birth of science happened here during the Renaissance period. This is where scientific revolution happened. Nicolaus Copernicus. Copernicus is the first person to propose the heliocentric world. What world? Heliocentric. What is heliocentric? The sun is the center. Earth is not the center. Who validated it? Galileo Galilei. This person. So whatever Copernicus had said, he provided evidence to it with the founding of telescope. So they challenged the old cosmology, whatever religion was saying that Earth is the center. They challenged it, and they had to face the problems as well. So mathematics was added to it. So Galileo Galilei was a mathematician as well. So with math and the invention of telescope, he was able to provide hard evidence that Earth is not the center, sun is the center. The next person who built on the findings of these two people was the next person? Rene Descartes. He is the one who said mind and matter There are two separate things. Dualism.
So when you say matter, what does that mean?
Anything that is there in the physical world. So matter, body is matter. They are two separate things. So he developed the analytical method of studying things. What is analytical method? Breaking down things into smaller pieces and understanding. And next came the person, Isaac Newton. With his theory on what? Gravity. Gravitational theory. He was able to provide much more support to what? The heliocentric world. With math, he was able to explain almost all the events that happen on this planet, especially related to the pulls and pushes. So Sir Isaac Newton. So all these people's work in terms of mathematics or for that matter inventions laid a very strong foundation for the scientific method. So science had its birth here. So in essence, if we look at science today, what is it all about? What does it emphasize? One, it emphasizes observation. One, observation, which is systematic observation of events. Two, experimentation. What is it for? To establish a clear cause and effect relationship. So experiment should be done in order to establish cause and effect relationship. Three, logical and mathematical reasoning. What does this mean? Whatever we find, the cause and effect, which should be in terms with logic and mathematics. So it should not go against the logic and mathematics. Right? So cause and effect, you said, okay, in the experiment, if this is the cause, this is the effect. Fine. But when we apply the principles of logic and math, mathematically also, they should be supportive. And finally, not depending on superstition or dogma. Superstition or dogma for any explanation. To explain anything, you should never depend on what? Superstition or dogma. What are dogmas? Unquestionable beliefs or dogmas. Beliefs that are seen to be unquestionable. Those are dogmas. In a particular society, certain things are considered to be dogmas. So, sun rises in the west. In a society, it is said so. So, you can't question it. No, I'm just saying in certain societies, it will be like, king is there. Whatever king says, that is justice. This is the dogma in that society. So, unquestionable belief system. Yes, absolutely. So, which cannot be questioned at all. which are seen to be truths, which can't be changed. You will not be given the freedom to talk so. If you speak, it will be said as what? You are committing a sin. That's how it is in that society. Okay. Done. Next. Whether psychology is a natural science or a social science. Whether psychology is a natural science or a social science. What is it? Natural science or social science? We'll look at this question in detail tomorrow. But for now, I'll just say this. The findings of natural science are more reliable or social science is more reliable? So natural science findings are more conclusive. Like physics, chemistry, biology findings are more conclusive. Social science findings, they are subject to change. Based on the changes that happen in the society, probably they might change the findings. So, how psychology, what we can say about psychology, whether it is a natural science or a social science? As much as possible, it tries to be a natural science. Maximum efforts are to become a natural science, but there are aspects of human psychology, human psyche, which cannot be explained using natural science. And that is when we have to take recourse to the methods of social sciences. So we use, for the most part, the methods of natural science. By that measure, it is a natural science. But not all events in psychology can be explained using natural science methods. So we adopt social science methodology as well, because of which it is partly a natural science, partly a social science. Okay, this is the ultimate, thing we are going to say about psychology. So tomorrow we'll see why it is a natural science, why it is a social science, the reasons behind it. And then we are going to see psychology and scientific method, what scientific method is, and then theory. What is a theory? So the role of theory, hypothesis, and everything. And then very important and very, so as to speak, very interesting area related to common sense. So common sense. So many a times we rely on common sense to make decisions. And common sense usually leads us in the wrong direction. Okay. So there are many common sense beliefs which are not true. Okay. So there are experiments. So to prove that common sense most of the times leads us in the wrong direction, there are experiments. Many studies have been done. So what we are going to do is tomorrow we are going to look at those studies as well. And then finally, we are going to look at psychology in everyday life. This is something which I want to take chapter by chapter. Why? Because even in your Cicerelli, it is chapter by chapter. Okay. We'll go chapter by chapter, psychology in everyday life. How psychology can be applied to everyday life. Application. So we'll go chapter by chapter. So in every chapter, we'll see how whatever we learn in that chapter can be applied to everyday problem. Okay, so this is something which we are going to deal with. And finally, we'll look at application of psychology in India, and I'll give you the assignment. So all these things we are going to do tomorrow. Understood? Tomorrow will be the end of chapter 1. Day after tomorrow, we are going to take up day after tomorrow. Biological basis. We are going to learn about One, nerves or the nerve cells, neurons, and its working, nervous system as a whole, the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system, and then endocrine system. Okay. And finally, brain and its parts. So it's a part of nervous system itself, but we'll be dealing with it separately. Brain and the nervous system. It would take 4 hours. And this, you're not going to have it in your notes. I would want you to prepare the notes here itself. And keep it as a separate set. So probably you make the notes in your what sheets and keep it separate. Always these pages should be handy in the sense whenever you study any chapter, any section you open, these pages should be with you all the time. Why? For emotions, there is a biological basis. For what? Memory, there is biological basis. So in every chapter, we'll be mentioning the terms. If I mention thalamus, hypothalamus, you should not get confused. You know, if you have these pages, you know where thalamus is. Okay, to just make the connections, you need these pages. So keep it separate. That is why I have not included in your notes as well. After that is done, we'll go into development of human behavior chapter. So that will be next week. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Study the content issues of psychology in development.
Issues of yes, absolutely. Online people, anything you want to ask? Yes, no. Yes, no. Past. No. Anyone else? Anjum? No. Okay. Thank you.